Let's try to get this running. Looks like we got a couple of people interested in playing the official server. Rider pup. Hmm. Question is, how do we make the most money hunting? That's what I need. And then also, if we make another character and we go 5 intelligence, 5 constitution, if that would be worth it or not. Because we could also go 3 all the way across the board, but take like max endurance. Hunter. So we can do rifles. Probably not needed. Just a melee skill. Endurance. I'll probably just do thievery. Would be best. But awareness. Really though, my thinking is almost to, like if I was just gonna have a sniper, just go 1 strength. Give him a rifle and a scope.
Secure communication with human asset established. Greetings, human asset. Welcome to Scum Island tutorial protocol provided by the Tech One Corporation. My designation is Dual Energetic Entity Neural Appliance or DINA. I am an artificial intelligence created by the Tech One Corporation tasked with overseeing the Scum Show protocols including the preparation of human assets. If you wish to activate the tutorial, please do so on your journal interface. Secure channel closed.
This is my thing with leveling endurance, though. It doesn't seem to help very much. Like, it's maybe saving me a couple hundred calories, but I mean, going downhill, 15%. Then what are we supposed to do here? Sword. Hunter. Scope. 22. See, but this is still not leveling running at all. What? I've played with you all day, pup. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come here. At least your face is doing better today, huh? You fully recovered? What do you want, huh? You're up here. It's a microphone, it's not a toy. Is as fun as you thought it was? Hmm? Hmm? It's not like Bree's house. I don't have any more Bostons for you to play with. And you bite hard. I don't mind playing with you, but you bite. And it hurts. You scar up my hands. Ugh. Oh, we had 1 experience. Yeah, I got 20 experience for that. Oh yeah, it's sniping skill, forgot. You were getting a rifle experience for reloading. So my thing is, best places for animals. tell where I'm at. See, I think what you do with the sniper characters, you start with, I'd probably still start with stealth. And then you take sniping skill. And you need basic rifles. Then you can get your, because snipers generally, like, you don't want to move a whole lot. So not even having a, you know, a magazine to change out on your gun can be really good. Basically just be leveling your camouflage is all you'd have to do. But as a sniper, I don't even think stealth would matter that much. Just do, I don't know, 4.5 con, or 5 con, 5 intelligence, maybe 1.5 dexterity. Do the stealth. What, pup? You're just trying to bite me. Just trying to bite me. I actually like this place. D1. Close to the coal mine. Not too far from the trader. Got a relatively flat section of land here, or a slight hill next to a cabin. Guess we can see what's down here. I don't know what that is. Looks like maybe another cabin or something. Maybe a town. Yeah, it's a town. And it never gets easier. And you never stop. just won my lap? That's odd. This one you can actually seal? What? Sealable cave. it's not fancy, but side of a mountain underneath the church. Let me look at this real quick. If we can find a good place that spawns animals down here, then it won't be too bad. So let me look at the there's hunting towers to the north of here. Hey Splash, is that you in the chat? It seems like the best place to get fish is in the ocean. The ones we were catching the other day were 100 apiece, which means you gotta catch 4 fish to make up for the cost of 1 wolf multiplayer, as long as the fish sell for the same amount. But fish are easier to find than everything else. Also takes up less inventory space. But there's also a bunch of different kinds of fish you can't guarantee certain fish. So that's something as well. I know there was a town somewhere that had like a bear and a bunch of other stuff spawn outside of it. Towns, I think it was like maybe B3. Had a bear, boars, and wolves that spawned outside of it. We can still stock up on some things at the B3 castle, so if we go to the B3 castle a lot, we can get bear and wolf. I guess more there as well, so that's not too bad. I guess with our character, if we save up enough money, I think we're also getting survival skill for catching fish. So that's something as well. But if we buy the fishing rod and all that, and we go to the trader and we fish, I don't know which trader would be the best, but we went to A0 last time. Pretty sure you can store a car in that. Wow. Nice. never really come to these places. I don't think this would be a bad base location either if you could actually build here. Let's pop a base right up in the middle of it. And you'd have all these tunnels to run around in. Guess you might be able to claim this. Looks claimable anyway. You got a ladder that goes up to nothing. And then this might have a lockable door. Maybe not. There has to be some places though. So we know 3 spawns around this. We know there's 3 spawns kind of down in this valley here. I know I've seen 3 spawns of wolf packs somewhere, I think like right here in D0. I'm not positive though. And then I hear animals spawn down here. I never see animals often enough to know where their spawns are. But I know they're kind of fixed. Go anywhere? I mean, it doesn't look like there's much of a point to coming up here. You only see like one section of this whole place unless you cut down all the trees. Pow. Looks like up here would be better than anything. I don't know anything, maybe I should make a sniper class. Thinking 1 strength, 5 con, maybe 5 intelligence. Do medium sniping with advanced awareness, maybe. Just make him a hunter. I don't know if you can fit a bear in a 4-wheeler though. I think we were leveling our skills up, something like that. So it seems there is a couple of people on the hardcore server right now. There's at least one other. But my post online, I don't know if other people are actually going to play it or not. So far, the 2 times puppets is pretty decent. It's not too difficult for a solo player, but it's pretty decent. And then if all the doors are open in the town or something, and someone shoots a gunshot, they get swarmed pretty hard. So I think it's okay in that regard. You know, big squads don't have as much of an issue, but when you go to the big like city and stuff like that, it is pretty hard. And like stealth is a big thing. It seems like their detection radius is a bit better. Because like just running now, like I can like jog or run next to a wall, and then like 4 or 5 puppets will just run out at me, which doesn't happen on the normal server. I can't get you any new toys, pup. I don't know. You're adorable. The extra durability damage that your weapons take in hardcore is kind of noticeable, I think, a little bit. Taking a percentage off the axe like every 2 stick chops. What? But I think this is decent. We already saw the other day, though, that once you have like 4 or 5 people in a squad shooting a bow, your awareness levels pretty quickly, so I wouldn't even bother leveling awareness for the most part. But if I'm going to have to level my strength anyway, this isn't too bad, you know? And if you don't care about brawling, I mean, we already seen that melee skill is pretty decent and easy to level, so I don't think it would be too bad to level melee skill up if you started with 1 strength. And leveling up to 3 strength from 1 would take you, you know, a couple of days. But you're going to have to level up your survival and stuff anyway. So, there is that. You're getting survival, engineering, awareness, demolition. You're getting 0.4. Here's the other thing is that these say per day. And in hardcore, the days last longer. But I don't think it's really changing the time to level. But also, like, the durability on our clothing and stuff, we need to make, probably, like, some legit animal clothes at some point and use those instead of the hiking gear and all that. And use our good stuff when you go out to loot. Like, it would take time to get your strength up, but, I mean, compared to every other stat, it's just a lot more hands-on. Because I have to have things in my backpack, otherwise it doesn't really work. And once I start leveling up my engineering to medium, it'll start taking the stuff out of my backpack. But you think, you know, if you're a solo player, you start the game, you're going to have to build a base and you're going to have to level up these skills at the beginning, which, I mean, that's going to give you a decent bit of stuff to do to level up your strength anyway. Even if it's not like 100% efficient, you know? But also, like, starting with 5 conditioning would help save your calorie costs and everything like that. And we've already seen that I can basically level my character's driving pretty decently at the very beginning, so I'd probably go like basic driving, basic motorcycling with 1 point into those, and then 5 intelligence, 5 constitution, or I could do 4.5 constitution. Either or. Then you need to level up your skills, so, I mean, I would probably do something like, I don't know, like a medium awareness and advanced medical or something. Because apparently awareness affects what loot you find in containers a little bit. But even though awareness is fairly easy to level, it does take time, and it'd be helpful to be able to hunt animals and stuff easier at the beginning of the game. But, I mean, stat-wise, there's just not really a whole lot that you need when it comes down to intelligence skills. I mean, I could do the old split that I did before. I think it was medium engineering, basic survival, and I could put the rest into medical. Give my character access to all of the basic guns at the very beginning of the game. And I know a lot of people want advanced engineering at the beginning because they don't want to have to worry about ammunition and they want to build the best base, but so I don't think it would necessarily be the biggest deal. And it would keep you from having to like level up your skills at the beginning of the game. But I think that's only if it was a heavy PvP server, like hardcore PvP. I think it'd be good to have medium engineering and basic survival at the beginning. Go ahead and craft your biggest bag. Build yourself a gun. You know. I mean, it's going to be a shotgun, basically. I mean, the crafted pistol you could use, but you would need the ammo for it because you couldn't craft it. But starting off the game, being able to build a backpack, like, if I end up making a server where the loot spawn is that low, because I really feel like making a server where the loot is just drastically low spawn, survival and stuff would definitely be a big one. But you can still craft a stone axe and stuff at the beginning of the game, so. 0.2 running around. I mean, it's not bad. I would say it's leveling up on par with dexterity right now. Well, I definitely say, you know, if you don't have access to axes and stuff, very first of the game, you want to kill the puppets, take all the cloth, just turn them into rags as soon as, or turn them into rope as soon as possible. Store all those in a box, make you some crafted axes and stuff, and then get you another box to use as a wheelbarrow at the very beginning probably. Would be good. Pile up the logs and stuff, level up your awareness a little bit. That way you can hunt. Because it seems like hunting would be like a big one. I think that's how the game should be set up though, is that loot should be very like hard to come by, I think. It should be that you need to hunt animals and then use the animals to buy ammunition and or stuff from the trader, and then maybe have something occasionally that you run across in the wild, you know, like you go to a bunker but it's mainly just going to be puppets, right? But you get the chance of like 1 in 100 chance or whatever to find a gun. I think that would be fine, you know. Even if we didn't decrease the durability, because on this hardcore server, they have durability decrease, so everything gets worn out a little bit faster. But if guns were that rare and it was that hard to like actually acquire them, I think it would be really interesting. And eventually, even with that, the server is going to become populated with rifles, because everyone eventually is going to buy them and then raid them from each other and stuff. So unless they get lost fairly commonly, which I guess could be possible in a hardcore server. But the way the game is right now, like just being able to go to a bunker and grab like a gun and a bunch of ammo just doesn't bode well for a long term. That's what ends like every survival game. Like every survival game I've ever played, the players always like want everything to be really easy. They want to be able to get their gear and stuff. But also every survival game I've ever played always falls apart as soon as everybody gets all their gear that they want. Because there's no reason for them to play anymore. And I got a real big taste of this when I played Miscreated, because there was a player that played with, he actually made me like rage so much. Only time I've ever popped a blood vessel playing a game, but every day he would throw all your loot into the ocean and make it despawn, because he didn't want anyone to raid your stuff while you're offline. So every day when you got on, you'd be going back into the grind, like I gotta get my shit. And, you know, after a while, we ended up kind of separating the group from him. And then, you know, we kind of realized that he was the only person giving us a reason to play the game. Even if it was a pain. But we also, at that point, made an alliance with like everybody on the map. That's the other thing that kills survival games, is people being too peaceful. So it's like people want global chat and stuff, right? So when I look at the hardcore server and I posted a thing on Reddit, people wanted to keep their global chat, but like when you have global chat, it means that you can talk to people anywhere on the map, and then eventually you kind of become friends, or you share discords and stuff, and that would probably still happen in the game, even without global chat, but it's just that little bit of something to make it a little bit harder. I got hell. One second. Got something painful stuck in my toe. I still really like that idea that I pitched the other day too, about it like a mix between survival and MMO games. That's something they've never did. I think it would be really popular, to be honest. This is the biggest pet peeve that I've always had with like MMO games. They always do randomized loot. There's always like some monster or boss that has something really cool that you want, and you kill them and you never get it. Grinding the same thing for hours just to get like a different rarity. But you mix like, say you have like warriors, mages, archery, all that stuff, right? Then you put them on a survival map. So you have to try and live in the wilderness, hot and cold environments, all the normal stuff. And then when you mix like mage with that, right? A fire mage. So, but let's not give, I don't like the idea of having class systems like most games. So I liked Guild Wars 1 a lot, because you could mix and match all the different classes and make thousands of combinations of builds, which was pretty nice. So I think what you do is you keep it survival. It has to be like a survival game. So how do you make a survival game with mages and stuff? You make their items the power source, their gear. So you could give different combat abilities to your actual character through the items that they're wearing. So if you have a sword or a bow or whatever, you can use it just like normal, but then have crystals or something in the game that have a durability that you can focus and channel power into. And then your character stats, you can just do like Miscreated, where you have strength or, you know, magic or whatever, like, so mana or whatever, instead of it being like a mana pool, it could like reduce the durability loss on the crystal. And that puts a whole new swing on survival stuff, because then it's like, okay, you know, if you're a warrior or something, or you're a melee player or archer, you could either carry around wood and try to start a fire, or you could possibly have an elemental crystal in your bag that will let you like make a fire in your hand, you know, or start something up that way. And then you're in a desert, you need water, maybe you can't find water, maybe you got to dig a well Or maybe you have a water crystal in your hand that you're able to kind of channel focus water in. And then you could make kind of like a resource system where like water crystals don't really spawn in the desert, and then fire crystals don't really spawn, you know, in the forest or whatever. That was like my biggest thing when Skyrim and the Fallout game and stuff, they wanted to build an MMO. And I didn't think they were gonna pull it off, and they kind of didn't. Like Elder Scrolls turned out okay. Um, After a while, I don't like their skills in that game still to this day because they look really dumb, and you can't steal. Like you can steal usable armor in that game, but it's not that usable. It's you can steal armor off tables, then you get shot by guards and players, and you still have to craft super legendary armor, and I'm not a big fan of being forced to craft things in game. So I don't think ESO was really perfect, but it was better than Fallout was. But my issue is these games where they have a solid that have played their games for years, okay? Why can't I? Okay, so they've played their games for years. And their whole game system is, I know, I get it single player, but you can steal whatever in the world. You sell it, you know. Things only spawned like one time in your playthrough, for the most part. And then they go and make an MMO, and they're like, we gotta have randomized loot and respawning bosses and everything else. Like, they could have just made it to where, like, certain things respawn certain times or anything like that, but randomized loot, I don't think... I kind of get it, because they were probably worried that they would just farm items over and over again off of creatures, but that's what they do in every game, you know? And there's been games like Two Worlds was a really good game back in the day. It was an MMO, and its system was basically you went into world instances. So it was basically a single player game, but you would join up with a group and you go into like a co-op version of the world. So single player, after you killed an NPC or something, it wouldn't respawn, and it would be that way forever. And then in multiplayer, you could go back and they would respawn every time. Well, that game was kind of like one of those super hardcore MMOs, sort of. Um, but it didn't really have balance. The issue with that one was that every time that you killed an NPC, you could take their gear, and then you could upgrade it. So if you had two pieces of the same gear set, you could combine it, and it would increase the power. And you could do that infinity times. So players that were actually like hardcore on that game could have like crazy stats. There was no limit to how strong your character could get. So that was a big one on that game. But the premise of being able to go and get the same gear piece over and over and over again is fine. Like, it was just, if you wanted some cool gear, you find the person, you kill them, take their gear. And that was pretty much it. But that game also had a bunch of different builds, stats, summoning spells, all kinds of crazy stuff. And I don't think that you necessarily, like, you know, I get that people in the MMO world probably want their flashy abilities and all that, but you don't have to give them flashy abilities to be a mage and stuff in a survival game, right? You don't have to have hotbar skills. But even if you did, you could still connect it with items. So if you don't have the power, if you don't have the crystal, you can't cast the spell. Maybe you need a crystal and a scroll to cast certain spells, and then you could make it a hotbar key item that they could click. You know, there's a lot of different ways that you could balance that. But I also think for like players that don't necessarily want to like use a mage, but they still have like melee combat and stuff in mind. Like say they kill somebody and they take a fire crystal, and they don't want to cast spells. You know, maybe they can attach it to their sword and cause their sword to catch on fire, or make their arrows catch on fire when they shoot them. Things like that, I think would be decent. I don't really want to rule out that the MMO style probably like it wouldn't work, but I just don't see when you build characters like an MMO game where they have like skill bar abilities, a lot of times things get out of balance. There's always like a bunch of builds or something people can use and not be very like super like, you know, like you can have like a monk or something that won't die, or like a mage that can just one-shot people or nuke a whole area, you know? Whereas like if you make it item-based, it's like you could make like a super mega powerful mage crystal that, say there's like different rarities of mage crystal, right? And the basic ones shoot like fireballs or something. And then there's like a super rare one that you get that can like call down the classic meteor shower or anything like that, right? Well, all you'd have to do is make it to where like the charge up time was like a whole lot, or the durability damage was really high. And it makes those very situational items, you know? Like say like right now in Scum, if the spawn rate on items is really low and I'm a primal player running around with a bow and I find an AK, that's a huge power spike. But then I have to decide, okay, do I use this AK now? Do I save the AK? Do I try to, you know, hoard it in my base? Do I try to bury it outside? Do I bring it out into the world in a PvP zone? And for a mage, you got to think like, what would be their equivalent of that? Which could be, hey, you just found a really powerful scroll or a really powerful crystal that would allow you to cast like one or two really powerful spells, you know? And then it wouldn't be like super overburdening on the other player. Like I'm a medieval knight player running around and all of a sudden I got comets running at me, okay? And like maybe I can take cover, or maybe like I have some elemental abilities where I have like a stone crystal and I'm able to apply it to my shield or something, and kind of give me some defense, you know? I think that'd be kind of an interesting concept for a game. That's my issue, is I have a lot of ideas for things. I can come up and like think about things and come up with nice ideas, but I don't have the skill set to make them, nor the funding, so that is my big downfall. I also always thought it would be an interesting idea to, so I think Scum should have did this too, where they could just add more and more creatures over time and make the game where it was constantly changing, so nobody could ever really adjust their playstyle to it. Because all they would have to do is like get rights or whatever to kind of copy monsters from different movies and games and put them into Scum. And then say they kept doing that for, say it took them, you know, a year or something to make one creature. Well, like over 5 years, I mean, you get five big creatures that like suddenly are coming into the game, and you don't know exactly what they do. I mean, it's going to keep a little bit of interest in the game, and then you put them on a rotation. You don't stick them in the game all the time. You're going to want like, you know, maybe a couple month or a couple week rotation at the beginning, and then later on when you get more monsters, you could do like a daily rotation. Say when you get to 365 monsters that you have kind of built up for the game, then every single day the game would be completely different. You'd have to wait a whole year to come back around to kind of be like, oh, I remember that creature. This is how I deal with it, you know? And how many experienced players are going to be? So say you have like experienced players and they get completely wrecked by a monster one day and they never see that monster again, and then a year from then they run back into it. And like that would be like like, oh, I remember that. It would take a long time to get used to it. And then say like you wanted to build it to where like the creatures, something I always thought would be kind of interesting for an MMO. Um, this one would be more controversial. I don't think a lot of players would like this, but like if you look at a map, I'm gonna just pull up this Scum map real quick. So say that you looked at a map and where the X is in the middle was like your spawn point. Okay. Now most MMO games have like a starter area, and then you kind of travel around a different paths and do different quests and things. But I always liked the concept of Sword Art Online. That's something that no one's really ever did, to where you die, you have to start over from scratch, you know? And a lot of people don't like permadeath. I think permadeath would make people like rage quit games. They would just completely leave. Now, let's say that the starter zone is where the X is, and the goal of the game is to either beat a quest line or something along that line, or it could just be more like Sword Art Online, where it's just like, hey, you need to escape, right? And so the players progress from the starter area, and every time they get farther and farther away from the starting area, the creatures get more and more difficult. Now, in MMO, you could just give them more HP pools and stuff, but in a survival game, I think what you need to do is like give them a lot of invulnerabilities to things, and then weaknesses to other things. So like maybe in the starting area, you got like, sheep and all that stuff, wolves, bears, and then you start going out more and you have like crabs, sort of things with like hard shells. And then as you progress, you get like different kinds of creatures that have like armored plating, and maybe they're immune to physical weapons and they need to be attacked by like mages. And then, as you progress more and more, it's like, okay, you got to attack them in this certain body location, kind of like Fallout. They have a weakness on their ankle or a weakness in their eyes. And it would require more player cooperation to get farther and farther and farther away from the spawn point. And then if you didn't want to implement something like permadeath, you could make it to where, oh, you died, and when you respawn, you go back to the starting area, and you have to travel back. Now, if you're a solo player, that would make the game extremely difficult. And then if you are a like a guild or something, it gives you a purpose, because you need to secure the area and clear a line for other players to be able to get up to where you're at. Then I think that would be kind of interesting to see. Um, and you wouldn't necessarily ever need to just have an end to the game. Like, all you'd have to do is keep building and building and building farther and farther out, keep adding more and more creatures and stuff. And then as it expands, you can have like different regions and stuff in every area. So say somebody went north, and the first like part of the game, all the monsters are the same and through all the different circles, right? But the farther you expand out, the bigger the circle's going to get. So then you can start dividing different regions, like snow, fire, water, or whatever, like ocean. on this side, fire, plains, with different creatures. So then not only would they be able to work in one direction and have to go through a bunch of challenging stuff to get as far as possible, then they have 4 directions that they could go, you know, and then the in-between directions and stuff too, you know. I always thought those would be interesting concepts. Like if I had the money and like people that were skilled that wanted to do that, I would 100% try and build that game for sure. Even if it isn't like top tier graphics, like the Guild Wars games, not top tier graphics, but I still really like them. I think, you know, players are willing to give games a try even without the best graphics in the world. It's kind of like Minecraft, you know? What do I got in here? Guess we take this knife. But there's always a balance when it comes to games, so. It just seems like every survival game has like a really big emphasis on guns. Almost every survival game I've seen, emphasis on guns. Maybe, I don't know if Conan Exiles has guns in it or not, but like Ark, Scum, Daisy, Miscreated, even some of these like mech games they came out with, big emphasis on guns. As part of the reason I kind of like Scum a lot more than a lot of other games is because the bows. I like the bows a lot more than other things. And that's where like Ark I think messed up too, is that they kind of went too far into the tech, which is part of the reason I think they're trying to revamp with Ark 2, because I think they should have made the game harder originally, like right off the bat it should have been harder in the first game. Like if you look back at Ark when it first came out, it was kind of a pain and it was challenging, and the biggest thing was getting your first flying mount, and then after you got your flyer, you're basically at in-game. Like there wasn't any reason for you to do hardly anything else. Now, I think what they should have did in Ark, because they tried to do this originally, okay, and then all the player base freaked out on them, and they ended up reverting it. So what they did was originally they nerfed the flyers, okay, where they wouldn't be able to fly as far or carry as much, and the players freak out because that's going to make their life terrible, and they work so hard to get their flyers and stuff. But the point is that even though Ark is a fun game, people leave because there's like, at the end of the day, you're there and you tame like 15 T-Rexes or whatever, because that's the only way you can beat the game, is to have these big dinos. You can't beat it with like just your teammates or like dogs or anything like that. You got to have big dinos to fight these apes and stuff. And so people didn't want to deal with not having flyer, because if you don't have a flyer, it's a really big pain to get across the island. And I actually, when I last played that game, I was making it to where I didn't use flyers, and I had 2 Brontos that were packed up with 2 bases. One of them had horses and dogs in the back of it. The other one had like my base supplies. And then I had 4 T-Rexes that guarded it, and I would walk across the map and trade and stuff with people. Well, you don't realize how difficult it is to survive in Ark until you have to travel on land all the time, because every 2 feet there was T-Rexes and Gigas and everything else fighting 24/7. So you would get like, 50 yards or something, get into a big fight, then you need to like heal your T-Rex, and then you'd have to go and do that again and again and again, and then your T-Rex that you took 12 hours or whatever to tame dies, and then you're just stuck. So if they would have nerfed the flyers, I think what they should have did is just make it to where the eagle, the actual bird, I think they probably should have made it to where they could like maybe pick up like small animals like dogs and stuff and Diplo, but not carry like 15,000 pounds of metal like they could do, because that literally made farming and stuff way too easy in the game. If they made it to where you needed land animals to actually do the stuff in the game, I think it would have been a lot better. And then they could balance the land play a little bit more, because there wasn't like stealth or anything in the game. You ran across like an alpha raptor, you're just pretty much dead, until you got like enough gear and levels to actually fight. So they didn't balance their maps on the ground, and they made flyers way too important and powerful. And basically the game just becomes breeding simulator. Like, you just go on there, you tame your animals, and then you breed them, and then you take the crappy ones and you run out and you fight stuff with them, and then you keep all the good ones, and then eventually you have like a mega tribe and you're breeding like 1,400 T-Rexes on a separate server and transferring them over and stuff. Like, you're basically like, you get on the game and then you feed your T-Rexes and breed them, and then you leave, and that's like it. That's the end game. I don't think there should be an end game in a survival game. It should always kind of be like stuck in this progression. If you take that circle example, and if the creatures kept getting harder and harder and harder as you go out, that means that if you're a survival player, even without any storyline, without any special items or anything like that added to the game, you yourself are going to have to fight through all those creatures, figure out all their weaknesses, okay? Try and get through it yourself, or try and find more people to play with. You're going to have to go back and forth when you die. You don't even know if there's an end, So there's going to be people that want to try and complete the game and get to the end, and there's going to be people that are trying to like get to that point. So like, even if you did end up beating the game, there would be a reason to stay around, because there would be hundreds of players that probably would never even see the end of the game, and so you could stick around and help them. But I also like the idea of having like, you can have standard quests and stuff in a game, that's fine. But I like the idea of having a game company where you hire an employee to play in the game and like manage certain things, or develop like in-game quest lines, like player-to-player quest lines. Like, say you had almost like an esports team for an MMO. So the best players on the leaderboards, you would offer them like a job position at the company to play the game and like push certain content, and that would give competition for other people, to play the game and want to try and get those jobs. I think that should be kind of where the future of gaming goes, to be honest. Games are a big industry, They're probably not making the most money in the world these days, but I mean, it's a pretty big industry. And you could hire like 1,500, you know, people to create a quest line for you, or however many it takes. Or maybe you just hire like a standard 9 to 5 guy with not really any programming skills or anything to play a video game and kind of do stuff for you. Like imagine going to an armorer or something in a game and talking to them and stuff like they're just a normal person, and maybe you don't even know if they're an NPC or not, and then like you go one day and they're like a different person, or they didn't show up to work that day so they weren't online, you know? Like a lot of variety that would make the game feel a lot more realistic, that would take time to program and manage and stuff if you're gonna do that in the files. Like and it's like an MMO. Like I get like single player games and stuff, you can't like have people in there, but an MMO, you could change everything every day of the week if you wanted to. Yeah, with no programming. Like say like your starting town for your MMO game was nothing but hired employees. Now, instead of having programmers have to make a quest line and stuff every day, the employees could just like do whatever they wanted every day. You know how crazy that is? I don't think I would put this in a survival game, but I also like, if you've ever seen Guild Wars 1, I really like their skill capture signet skills. Like, the game was fun, had a decent story, the missions were hard, it was really easy to level your character, you get done in like a day, you would have the best armor that you needed in a day, and then everything else was cosmetics. But like the skills were something that really forced you to go into the world. So every time you made a new character, you had to go out and find these boss monsters, kill them, and then you'd use a capture signet to take one skill from them, and you could put them on your character. And a skill signet took a slot off your character build, so it made your character weaker when you try and fight them and stuff. So it was pretty interesting, and I kind of like that. So, like, if you were gonna, like, let people have... I also like the idea of, like, in Sword Art Online, they had, like, their characters would, like, develop one random special ability, like dual wielding or something. So, maybe to get a little bit more of, like, the MMO flair, if you really wanted to, without getting overboard, is do something like that in a game where, say they're going from spawn point and they're fighting all these harder and harder monsters, give them something like a skill signet that they could capture a skill from a creature and use it in battle. I think that'd be kind of interesting. You know, like shell hardening, dual wielding, a special leap attack or something. Special spell. It'd be kind of like an elite skill, you know? So you wouldn't have a skill bar on your character, but you just have like one special ability that your guy could use that nobody else could just like know off the top of their head. And that means every single ability that you create in the game to make that ability, so like most MMOs, they have hundreds of skills, right? And they only have like a few elite skill options, and they have to like balance them and nerf things and stuff. But if you made every skill in the game an elite ability, and you could only have one of them at a time, you wouldn't necessarily need to balance it so much. because people would know that the other person has one elite ability under the bar, and say it has like a 3-minute cooldown or something. Like you're fighting in a normal PvP match, and you know that person has one ability out of thousands of options, and you have no idea what it is. I think that's pretty nice. Like say they have like stealth, or maybe they can summon a tame, or maybe they can, dual wield. Maybe they have like secret throwing daggers or something that they have. Maybe they can summon a skeleton or something beside them. Just one ability that for your progression through the game that you could capture and showcase to other players. 'Cause that's all you really need to make a character feel like they're powerful, you know? To make them feel unique. It's like City of Heroes and stuff. You can make a character that's completely unique to you. They have thousands of abilities, a lot of different variety in that game. But 90% of that skill bar, I mean, it's just skills that you use over and over. There's always one ability that you just really like on your skill bar. So like in Guild Wars 1, when I first started playing, the one ability that I really liked was called Endure Pain, I think. And it basically increased your HP pool by a whole lot. And I think that might have been it. I mean, it might have gave you like adrenaline or something, but it increased your HP pool by like 400 or something for so many seconds. And that was like my big skill that I really liked on my character because I was really beefy and able to take a lot of damage, and it gave me time to kind of deal with people, you know? So like that's a tank ability. Boom, bigger HP pool. And in a survival game, that would be a really powerful ability too, because it take like more hits from guns, more hits from swords, more hits from puppet damage, explosions. That would be a very, very strong ability that probably like wasn't ever really a popular ability in the MMO games that I've played. Tanks usually, they're like team comp stuff. They don't really have their own use. And but then like things like Meteor Shower or like a Nova skill or something, like if that was an elite ability, um, that could be really epic and powerful. But some of these things would be like really OP in groups, so like maybe you would have to like have a group timer. Like maybe you get one use of your skill, but for each person like in your squad in a radius, um, it increases the recharge time or something. Could be a thing. I don't even remember what I'm looking for in here, to be honest. Got 3% brawling. Endurance is going up. Driving is going up. Demolition's a basic. Basic engineering. Basic, basic. Okay. I think I needed another axe or something. I don't know why I came in here. Oh, food. Yep, food. That's what it was. We need food. Like, I haven't really shot the weapons in the hardcore here, but I would assume, the durability is going to be a little bit lower. Stuff like that. But like even like little things like this, there's like things in games that they don't do, like the durability on here. Like most games have durability, but it's not like super crazy. Whereas like this hardcore on here, the durability on the axes and stuff are going down really quick. So like even my sword, like when I use my sword, uh, it was going down by like 2 or 3% per zombie, which means you could do like 20, 30 zombies and then it break, right? Which is kind of reasonable, I think. But then it's like, okay, so what do? Well, you use that weapon to make a primary weapon, like a spear. And what happens is the spear, just like history, becomes your primary weapon because I can replace it and it's safe and durable. And then when it's done, I can just get rid of it and pull my sword. Or if I get swarmed by multiple puppets, I can pull my sword, you know? So you use the bow for range, weaken, spear, and then when you get overwhelmed or whatever, pull out the sword, and it makes everything last a lot longer. So it changes your play style. Whereas like a lot of people, if they just want to run around with a sword, they're gonna get destroyed at some point. Even this spear, I mean, this is a very basic spear. It's not crazy at all. Just a wood stick. But now it has a purpose, even in in-game, because you don't want to waste your ability on the sword. It's a valuable item. And this is something that's important in survival games that I just don't think a lot of games capture very well. And it's a very versatile weapon. I mean, I can throw it or whatever too, so it's not terrible. I might have to look and see if there's any MMO survival games, because the more I'm thinking about it, the more I just will kind of want to play it. I think a lot of people will play, and it's combining two different genres together, like survival and MMO stuff together, like and fantasy stuff together. That's pretty crazy. I also like the idea of people being able to create their own like gear, like maybe you set up the stats, so like you set up basic stats and stuff that gears can have and certain things that spawn in the world, but then like giving a template sort of like Minecraft does with their skins, where they can change the look of armors and stuff, and then put those into the game for everybody to use. I think could kind of be interesting. And it would take workload off of you and give people the ability to be creative in game themselves. Because like I would go in there and probably make like a Roman tunic and like a knight armor and stuff, and then somebody would want to kind of make their own style of that. And then all of a sudden you have hundreds and thousands of items in game without having to necessarily develop it. And like all that really would be is just like a texture thing. Like you just have to have some sort of way to color items and give people the ability to craft them. And that would make crafting a lot easier too, I think. Because I don't like in games where you have to craft to make the best item in the game to like play with, but I do like cosmetic stuff a lot, and I think I would probably craft to make my own custom cosmetic stuff. Like say like basic crafting, you can kind of mess around with like wood and stuff. You can like engrave your wood bow and your spear or whatever. And then like medium tier, you're going into like some of the metals And then like advanced tier, you're going into like the armors and all that stuff that you can wear, right? This kind of changed the system of like, you know, crafting in MMOs to something a little bit more interesting, I think. All you really need is a template. Like you need just like a schematic design of what's going on in the game, and just let the people have the ability to color it. I don't even think you need to give them the ability to shape it necessarily. Just allow them to add details to it, like engraving and stuff. Put their name on the armor, put their clan names on the armor. You know, maybe you can constantly adjust your armor, so like you can keep marking kills or something on it. There's things that people could personalize their gear with, you know. Maybe they go through and like put a strap of leather around like a metal chest piece or something. It's a lot more customization, because in MMOs, your look is really important. Like 90% of the game is looks. And I would think survival, it's kind of the similar thing. Like, kind of like I want to wear a knight armor, but they don't have knight armor in Scum. Like, they don't have the best knight armor in the world. And then if I wanted to make a guild that wanted to wear knight armor, you know how hard it is for me to find people that want to wear knight armor? Very difficult. And it's not like you would, like, drastically change the game just by letting people kind of make adjustments to weapons. I think it'd be kind of interesting to see, though, like, if healing abilities or damage abilities would be more beneficial in a survival game. Like, say you could heal yourself to 100% with one skill use, or you could, like, deal almost 100% damage to somebody with one ability. Like, what would trump on that, you know? Or, like, damaging so much with so many attacks. Like, there's a lot of things that could be interesting there. Not to mention, like, all the fantasy creatures. Like, I don't know about flying mounts necessarily. Like, I'm a little bit skeptical when it comes to flying mounts in games. But like horses, wolves, all that stuff that you could potentially kind of ride and tame, I think would be interesting. Things like dragons, I just don't know about. Maybe a land-based dragon, like maybe it flies in. Maybe like a super in-game thing. Because MMO players like status symbols. They like being able to just be like, I have this thing and you don't have it, so I'm better, and you need to listen to me. That's what they're like thing is for the most part. It's kind of like people that they want like full sets. It's always like how many full sets of gear and stuff you have in games. When I played MMOs, my whole thing was just like I would come up with a gear idea and I would scour the earth just to find like anything that would like work. And I would go through any quest line or anything. I'd beat it in a day. I could go through the whole game in a day just to get to the end and get that one piece of armor that like matched the gear that I was trying to put together, you know? It's like Guild Wars 1, I never got a full set of obsidian. But the thing is that like since everyone's obsessed with status symbols, I mean it's not only games but also in real life. They'd be like wearing like full obsidian armor and chaos weapons that like glow that looked dumb with their armor. And they do that because it's a status symbol. Whereas like my character, he had like, I don't even remember, like either Luxon or Vabian pants. Some sort of boot. He had dragon gauntlets, which I don't even remember where you get those from. It's probably like an in-game thing. And then obsidian helmet. Like I went through all the farming needed to get the ectos to make the obsidian helmet because it was black and had spikes on top of it and went with the gear. And then later on I got the tormented sword and axe and stuff to go with them because it was black as well. That's the hard thing with video games, is that none of them last long enough to really justify how much time you put into them for the most part. Very few have the ability to last a long time. Like Diablo could last a while. World of Warcraft has lasted a while. Guild Wars 1 is still actually a playable game as far as I know. I just don't remember my account info. RuneScape kind of stuck around. So I like games that have the potential to be active for a long time. Like I think Scum could possibly be a very long-term survival game that can stay on and not close shut down. And then Star Citizen seems like it would probably have the potential to last a while. But like games like Hellgate, I really liked Hellgate, even though its missions and stuff were kind of repetitive. That was the one thing. The maps were like generated maps, but they were all like identical 24/7. The missions were dumb and pretty repetitive, but the armor and the skills and stuff in that game, top tier. 100, like I've never seen things like that before in a game. And I remember when it first came out, like I saw it in stores, and it was a pay-to-play game, and I never pay-to-play games. And then later on down the road, I played it when it was free, and then it like became deactivated after a while. And then people were like bringing it back because the fans were like starting to just take the code and make their own, and it turned into Hellgate Global. And I tried to play that, but I could never get it to work, and then I think it shut down again at some point. But Hellgate had like the best looking like knight armors I've ever seen. It was a futuristic knight Templar look that was going on. So it was like technology and armor put together. The skills were pretty decent in the game. Like all the skills looked really nice. They had like demon summoners and mages and Templars and like mech guys and marksmen that you could play as. And the combination of equipment and abilities was pretty decent. So like an invoker was like a spellcaster, and they had there's like these glove weapon things that you could get in the game that would like put fire and stuff around your hands so that you shoot it, and that was pretty cool. But the demon summoner guy was like probably the coolest person in the whole game on there, because he had he could summon like these little elemental imp things that would like throw fireballs and stuff, and then he could summon like a basically these guys would usually only spec into like one of these creatures, but there's also like a big dog that you could summon, and like it was really powerful, and then you could boost it where it would like grow in size and stuff, super crazy. And then like the biggest summon that the demon guy could summon is a reaper, which is like a giant demonic like winged thing with a scythe, and it would run around and destroy everything, you know. And pretty good graphics. I've watched the intro to that game way too much. Speaking of which, Hellgates. London. Intro. See if there's a video of it. This game. 13 years. Crazy. Look at this intro.
About worlds, about light, about the great dark that boils behind all. Once there was the void. Absolute, perfect, boring. It ended with a blessing. From a wave of the Creator's hand, compassion and wisdom spilt into nothingness. But such marvelous gifts often come with hidden prices. From the wondrous fountain of light was born the nameless fire that drives the deep well of midnight, a counter to all life. As creation rolled on, so too did the shadow. Unchallenged and untouched, darkness spread, burning and killing, raping land, sky, and flesh. Falling upon countless worlds, it consumed and corrupted all life. Eventually, the shadow fell upon a mundane world of feigned love and exaggerated loss. Curiously, this blundering blue planet hosted men not easily purged.
Beneath the temple church is a secret passageway. It will be safe from the invasion. You must take my granddaughter there.
What you're doing is senseless. It's suicide.
We Templar have to assault the Hellgate, no matter the odds. It's the only way the refugees can safely go into
Still
hiding.
looks good, even now.
You have to protect her. She has a greater destiny. Hang on! Come on, soldier! Are you all right?
Commander! The church is secure. Can your convoy still reach the Hellgate?
We'll get there on foot. The refugees?
They are safely away.
Good. These will be the last two. Follow her. She'll take you the rest of the way.
No!
Temple Church is just beyond the building complex.
You can't go!
Jessica!
You can't leave me!
Jessica! Listen to me. You must go with Lyra now. Where I have to go, you cannot follow. One day you will understand.
Let's go, Jessica.
I love you, Jessica. For the living!
It still gives me goosebumps.
Quickly! The passage must be sealed.
Stay close, Jessica.
Wait.
Go! We'll cover you!
I'll pause this real quick, okay? So, the Templar guys, all the guys in the blue and stuff, the dude with the sword is a Templar dude. All the guys with guns are like marksmen and stuff. But this is one of the first MMO games that I've kind of played that had guns in it. And it was really, really good. And there's like robots and stuff that the marksman dudes could use.
The way is clear! Get into the church!
Move! Come on! Almost there! Keep going, Jessica. Keep going!
Now this guy, he is the Reaper. He's the Reaper that the Necromancer dudes can summon and play with in the game. He's the big boy.
Before the day was done, the minions of hell would lay ruin to the world above. My grandfather led the massive counterattack against the demons, knowing his army of Templar would have no chance against their limitless numbers. But his sacrifice bought time to hide and prepare.
Remember the dead.
Yes. But fight for the living.
Though the Great Dark believed the song of these men neared its end, it was only then our story could truly begin.
Really good game. Hellgate. faction name. I want to know what the name of those guys were. I think it's just Templar. They had the Cabalist, Hunter, Templar. Hellgate Global. They get rid of Hellgate Global? $12.99. With the support of many fans, developers were able to offer the latest version of Hellgate London game on Steam. Hellgate London provides a single-player mode with the latest version 2.0 of the Hellgate Tokyo. The game provides single-player optimized scenarios, content, premium support items. Hellgate London is a legendary action role-playing game presented at near-future devastated by demons. As a survivor, you must fight minions of darkness and rescue humanity. The game offers infinite playability to its users with different modes, levels, randomly generated monsters, huge collections of weapons and items. You can enjoy playing game in either third-person or first-person perspective. So it's only single-player now? God, that sucks. I like that they put it on Steam and you're able to buy it and play the single player, but like the multiplayer, like the single player is good, but the multiplayer, being able to show off your abilities, but I am tempted to play it again. It is a really good game. Zip tie must be on the server somewhere. Let's see if we have any hunting locations I wanted to show to us. 879. $21, $221. Two two 005.
Oh, what's going on? Can't say this is the most exciting thing in the world, but Makes you wonder. I don't know if you heard this video that's playing in the background, but they talk about the Earth's poles changing every now and then, but how long does it take the Earth to cool before its core stops producing the magnetic field is strong enough to block the sun's rays? That's kind of an interesting idea. Actually, I just remembered that I saw something.
3, 2, 1, and go! Let it fucking burn! It's not too late to walk away from the ledge and face another day without a tragedy. What you are driving to is will lead to your demise. You are losing yourself, howling into my voice. I'm watching you die, but my hands are fully tied. How could I make you see through my eyes? If I can make you see through my eyes, there's something in us I have always despised. If only I could see all your lies, there's something inside us that's prone to demise. Hey, the words, you shouldn't heard it all. I'm turning into what you say you would never become. If I can make you see through my bleeding eyes, you can see all your lies, running everything. With back against the wall, body folded and scuffed, we're forced to forget when we seem to have lost. Now do you feel your days are done? How would you be remembered? But what you set out to be, or defeated by
First person driving is not my thing, I guess. That's rough. Change that. Whoa. Whoa. What have I just did? What? How did I break this? I mean, it's kind of busted because it means so. No idea how I pulled that off. Okay. Weird. I feel like I could probably drive the truck better in first person if I knew, if it had like a better angle. It looks like you're like short looking up. Can't see the road underneath you. A little bit up and to the left. I need to work on my bow skills a little bit more, but I'm getting there. Going against a player though, that's where it's going to be pretty much impossible, I think. Imagine trying to hit somebody with an arrow and lead. Oh, a bear. Yeah, yes sir. What's that? I hit him once. It's taking me way too far away from my truck right now. Dang, man. Can I not get him to just fight me? I mean, he's wounded, so I don't necessarily need to keep chasing him, but I mean, gee, like, I ain't gonna be able to drag this guy back to my truck now. Where? Oh my god, bear. Need to get him to run the other direction, but he's already bleeding. I don't really need to shoot him anymore. I don't think. This is north of the airport. I can find here. I don't know if his body will despawn, but see, but if I make my own server, this is where I want the game to kind of be like this at the beginning, you know? Like animal hunting, fishing, all that's going to be like the main way to get money. And then you buy a gun or something afterwards, you know? And then just remove all the extra stuff that you can really get in the game. Okay, so what do we do here? Craft a flag zone. Place that next to the bear. It's north of the airport. I think we could probably find it. Was it worth the run? I don't really know. But I think it sells for like $800 or $900, so. Medium archery is pretty decent. Sucks that my character didn't get the double boost to his stats like the other guy did. Because the other guy had it 10% running and 10% brawling. This guy only gets one boost. It almost feels completely random. I don't know if there's a reasoning behind it. It almost seems like the skill that you use the most at the first of the game. Because when I started the other character, I was running a lot and I was boxing. Because I wanted to try and make a boxing playthrough. But, jeez, I don't even know if I can... make it back to the gas station. C4. Cargo and C4. That's pretty close. Decisions, man. 2 squares. We might be able to get there in time, but I don't know. Cargo versus bear. And honestly, I don't think farming animals to get money would necessarily be bad in this game. Because say you kept this for the prices the same, with no populated server, bears selling for 800. That means you'd need like 4 bears or something to get a gun. You know, so even that wouldn't take that long. I have no idea where I'm at right now. This is crazy. That's the one big difference that like hardcore has compared. Like when you're in a squad, it's not that big of a deal. Is usually somebody kind of knows, but I have a roundabout idea where I'm at, but I don't know exactly where the gas station is from here. I either passed it or I'm still going to it. That is, I think, where I pulled out of. I think the gas station's down here. But I think the lower loot spawns, I think, would fix almost everything. The only issue is that it would make it to where people wouldn't want to go into bunkers. Because if you make the loot spawns really low, who wants to go into a bunker and die and have to fight a bunch of zombies and stuff to get nothing? And you can't guarantee that you can spawn everything in there, you know? But I think, you know, if you say we upped the price on the guns, even up the store prices of everything, you know, maybe it would be worth it. Like, I don't know what a good price would be, but say it was like 100K for a gun. That would be a lot of bears, so it would justify, hey, let's go to this bunker and look for some super rare loot. And then when you find it, you'd be like, oh my god, and then you wouldn't want to lose it. Where the heck? I'm so lost right now, man. Like, I know we're close. The other thing, as much as I really like oh, is that it? That might be it, fellas. Yep, truck. So as much as I like having PvP as well in a server, I don't like these servers that say they have safe zones. I feel like safe zones is just a bit too easy. Because if someone tells me that, hey, we have these safe zones on a server, and you can PvP in these other areas, I would never leave the safe zone. There would be no point. My base would be in the safe zone at all times. We might be able to drive to C4. We might have enough gas for it, but we don't. The crate's probably already landed, and we don't know exactly where it is. But if it's on the southeast side, we could potentially nab that. See, but this hardcore server, I don't think it's too bad. I think if a lot of people were on the server, PvP would be a lot more hectic, and maybe I wouldn't like it as much, but it is kind of refreshing to not have to worry about people killing you, and, you know, like, driving a truck directly up into a town or something, doesn't like worry me like it did on multiplayer. Like, but then again, if I drove up into a town and I was in a truck that I knew was like 100,000, I know like I would probably be a little bit like, I don't know if I want to do that. And then you'd be going up against guys who potentially only have bows and spears, which wouldn't make it as dangerous, you know? And then if somebody finds your vehicle, they have to be like, oh crap, I found a vehicle. And then they hope they have, you know, lockpicks and stuff on them to get in, which they probably won't, you know? I think the whole dynamic of the game would be better with that kind of server. Because right now, like in this server, it's official hardcore. The items have a faster degrade time. They kind of fall apart a lot quicker, which I'm okay with guns for the most part. But I think having the degrade time be the same as it was before, and just making the items rarer would be good. I would say even decrease the degrade time, like make the items degrade less, depending on how expensive you make the items, could be good, or maybe at least like decrease the price of the repair kits or something. Maybe that would be a good one. Could have swore I had something in my hands a second ago. I'd have to get people that are interested in playing on my server. I think the max server size I can get for Ping Perfect is like 64. It's not too bad. I want to go for that airdrop, but we only get 5 minutes on the hardcore server too. I noticed that. Not only do you not know where it lands, like you know the sector that it lands, but you don't know where. I saw one fall on the ground when I was instantaneously there when it touched. 5-minute timer. So by the time we got over there, it probably would already blown up, I think. It's a boar. This direction. You see, like, let's say that a truck is 100,000 and a gun is 100,000, you know? Are you going to decide to use a gun or a truck first? Because a truck can give you more money, you know? But it can also be taken away a lot easier. Like, people could just beat on it with spears, you know? I think boars are only selling for like 300 or 400. Imagine players though, like fighting over animals, like at the very beginning of the game. Full camo. Y'all are waiting around in the forest for animals to spawn. You hear them. And like awareness and stealth would be a lot more important at the very beginning of the game. So somewhere north of here, I think. Is it not right here? Oh, it's over there. But the fuel consumption and stuff on the trucks, I think, is okay. I mean, because the quad and the dirt bike and stuff don't seem to have any major gas usage, but the pickup truck has really, really big gas usage. See. And if items spawn less too, that means that you'd have to wear puppet clothing more often. All the good clothing that you can get a bunch of loot with would be a lot more difficult to come by. You'd want to protect it more. Mechs and things, like you'd have to decide, hey, do I want to wear really good gear into the mech buildings, or do I want to go in with less important gear and look for something. And since the spawn rates would be lower, I don't think you'd necessarily need to bring as many pockets when you go to those places too. But raiding and stuff you might. You know? Because right now, like on this server, less spawns, well, you can't spawn in sectors, and it costs like 100 RP to spawn at your bed, I think. Someone said it was 1,000 the other day, but I didn't try it yet, so. But I would say make a server almost identical to this one, reduce the loot spawn by quite a bit, maybe up the puppet amount just a tad more, but 2 times is pretty decent for a solo player. I don't think it would be that big of a deal, necessarily. Because solo, I mean, I can handle the puppets that are here for the most part, except for the big city by myself. But you like 3 or 4 times puppets, it'd be pretty difficult, I think, for most solo players to play on. That would also make it very risky to use guns at all, though, in the game. Like, you shoot 1 round, you're gonna have 1,500 puppets coming after you. So it'd be kind of difficult to balance that. Spinning door check. Oh, that didn't work. Thing is, like stream snipers or anything like that, someone could probably troll you pretty hard. But like normal players, it'd be very difficult to like just finding people's bases and stuff on the servers is hard enough. Like, imagine the amount of gas I gotta put in this truck to travel 1 sector, and then imagine if other people were using the gas stations as well. Like, do you see how quickly, like, you could get ambushed at a gas station so fast. They don't even need to have a car. All they got to do is dump all the gas out of the gas stations all the time, and your car would be stuck. You'd have to carry all the stuff. So, like, if you were going to look for bases, you would have to use, like, a motorcycle or a quad, which would give more use to those vehicles, you know? Or a bicycle. So storing gas to use for your car would become a lot more important as well, which opens up a whole nother loot route people could do. So let's say a bear can sell for 1,000 somehow. Well, like right now it's like 800 or 900, but let's just say 1,000. That's like 100 bears for a car or something, right? Does that seem unreasonable? It's like a hardcore survival game. Would that be unreasonable? 400 for a wolf right now. It's a little bit over 400, but 250 wolves. Those things spawn in groups of 2 or 3. That's like 150 successful hunting trips. You know? Now, do I think it would be a little tedious? Maybe. But like you start a game and you're in having like World War III with bows and swords and stuff fighting over animals. And then all of a sudden y'all hear somebody driving a truck or you hear somebody shooting a gun. That's a whole nother level. And also, not having access to all the equipment is going to make all the skills much more viable. Like if you're hunting and stuff, awareness and stealth are going to be a lot more important than they were before starting the game out with. That's the only way that you can make money. And then camouflage would also be a really important skill to have. So if you go with awareness, you'd be able to hear the animals and the people better. But if you go camouflage, you're not going to have the awareness to beat someone else's camouflage. So it might even be more important to bring like 5 intelligence. And then you have to decide between medical skill, which right now it takes a long time to heal from wounds, and those skills. So like roles would become much, much more important. And then like survival skill could be better at the beginning of the game because you're not going to have access to tools like this chainsaw. You know, but also, you know, all the amount of bows and arrows and stuff you would craft every time would make it to where you would have a lot more stuff that you're trying to like, a lot more that you'd be leveling. I also think like if I was gonna do that and you had a group, I don't even know if you had a group. If you knew everyone was using a bow at the beginning, I think that despawn. I think starting with camouflage or survival would be better than awareness. Because the sheer amount of arrows people would be firing, your awareness would level up like crazy just running by a patch of those. So I mean that's such a interesting concept too for this game. So if you go survival, you can craft all your weapons and stuff faster. And you can craft your armor and stuff at the beginning of the game. But then if you go awareness, you can hunt easier and see people with camouflage. And if you go camouflage, you can be invisible from people that don't have awareness. It's like such a chess match. But if awareness levels through PvP decently, but camouflage also levels pretty easily as well. I really want to make this server now. I mean, 150 trips for a car. I don't know if 100 and something trips would be excessive for somebody to get a gun, you know? Because you get the gun, then you got to get the ammo, the magazine. You could be looking at a good chunk of change right there. Like, this is just an official hardcore server, and I think it's pretty decent, but the loot pool, as far as I've seen, is still pretty high. Like, you can still find plenty of guns, even if they are lower durability. And I get, you know, there's a balance to be had there. And I'm kind of okay with having lower durability guns. So if you could manipulate that a little bit, like military gear and all of that, if it has a huge effect, I think craftable items should be much more important in the game. Like, if I was gonna have guns spawn into the world, I'd probably give them like 10 or 20% durability. Almost guaranteed to jam. And then you'd at least have to work towards a repair kit or gather up multiple guns to fix one to quality. That's a lot of planks. Main issue is I don't trust myself with admin commands that much because I know I'm gonna randomly like spawn something in. Although, I mean, that's a way that I could balance it, I guess. I could like set up a shop on the server that sells items. But I think as much as people, like, complain about how hard the game is, because, like, from stuff that I've seen, I haven't played on all the servers, but the video Lufias puts out with the meat grinder being the hardest server for Scum, I don't know what his settings are, but from what I've seen, you can still get guns and stuff there relatively quickly. Or at least they're able to get guns and vehicles decently there. I mean, but they have like a lot of puppets, and the puppets do a really high amount of damage. I don't necessarily, because like a lot of these servers that are like, it's the hardest server ever, they make the puppets like 1 or 2 shot you. Which I'm not necessarily cool with that. Like this server, the small ones do like 5%, and then the big ones do like 20% of your HP. So it makes armor more important, which I like, or skill to use in game. But like a puppet, like 100%, like even like 40% damage from one hit, I don't think is good for a puppet in game. I think 20 to 30% tops is fine. And then after that, the spawn rate, because I don't want a player to just get smacked one time when they just spawned and then be instantly crippled and not be able to fight back from a puppet. I want them to have a chance. So 2 or 3 hits I think is fine for puppet damage before you get like crippled, you know. You can just up the numbers, something like that for the most part. But it also means that armor would be able to negate like a good portion of the damage, because you want armor to be somewhat effective, because if they're doing so much damage that armor doesn't even hardly stop it, there's no point in wearing armor. So dang. Yeah, almost got the medium. I would say as a naked person or a new spawn, to cripple 3 to 4 hits, I think would be fine. Because that's kind of like if a player attacks you, I think you're going to want to be able to take like 1 hit. Now, I'm not talking about if you have 1 constitution, it's going to be 4 hits. I'm saying maybe if you have 4 to 5 constitution, it should be 4 or 5 hits, which means if you have like 1 to 3, it's probably going to be like 2 or 3 hits. But that makes the skills a little bit more balanced. And then I think with armor, if it's taking 3 to 4 hits to cripple without armor, I want to say maybe like 8 to 10 hits with armor would be a good ratio. So it allows you to actually get into the thick of a fight. So say if you're in a bunker, since there's a lot more puppets in a bunker, then you want to be able to kind of absorb enough damage from enough puppets to make it worthwhile. So a naked person would instantly die if they got swarmed, and then a geared person would get a couple of chances to actually win. I think it's reasonable. Is it worth it to bring this chainsaw? I think we're going to drive up to the trader and try to sell these bears. See what else I got in here that I can sell real quick. So some of this stuff we're keeping. So we want to keep a couple of swords and we want to keep a couple of helmets. So we got 4 swords in there. 5 swords. We got 5 helmets. That's fine. Motorcycle boots. This we can sell. Go ahead and sell these calavas. Keep the hiking boots. Go ahead and sell this working helmet. Some of that isn't ours to sell, so we're just going to leave it there. Because personally, even looking at this, so these medieval swords are like my favorite weapon and they go with my gear, and I want to have access to them. So on a server, I would love to have them as a high spawn. But I think even the medieval swords and the katanas and stuff should be somewhat rare. Maybe not as expensive as a gun in the trader, but rare enough to justify having it be. Like, I want you to go into the game and have a spear, and then just like seeing a medieval sword being like, oh my god, I want that. And then seeing like a gun like being so much above everything else that you're just gonna like drool over it, you know? I think that's reasonable. I think we can sell everything that's in here. I think we stop by the castle, pick up a little bit more stuff, and then we can finish. But I might look into the server. If I can't get this official server popping again with the posts and stuff I put online, I might just pay for my own server and then see if I can find any people that will join it. For like a true hardcore experience. I think vehicles should be expensive and all that stuff too, but they should be able to be found on the server. So if it is a 64 player server, having 64 cars spawn, I don't know if it's good or bad. I think maybe lower the car spawn rate. I would say something like 10 or 20 could be decent. Enough to like have players driving at the game, and then have enough for the other players can kind of try and capitalize and take them would be a good option. 64, it just means someone's gonna hoard all their cars, and then like somebody's gonna be a really good PvP player on the server and have all the vehicles, you know. I want those people to have access to a car, but worry about losing it. If they have 4 cars at their base, they're not gonna be worried about losing 1 car. I want that fear. So I think that's reasonable. And then you could buy the rest. Oh, shoot. Definitely overestimated that one. I do kind of wish that the signs were in a language I could read, though, so I understood, like, if they said anything important. I'm pretty sure they're like town names or something. I don't know if we check this place again real quick, maybe. Fill up. Oh, shoot. Thought that was an explosive puppet, but it wasn't. Where'd he go? I definitely heard one. Can he hit it? Hey, I'm a semi-professional bow shooter. That's why, like, I'm not 100% sold on, like, durability loss being so high on some of these servers, because, like, this one, the durability loss, I'm using 2 or 3 durability on the sword every time I kill a puppet. And I get that the durability loss is good because it's going to allow kind of money to cycle in the game. But I also get why, like, if somebody has an item, they wouldn't necessarily want to replace it every day, you know? The sword, I can justify using a spear to kind of offset the usage of the sword, but if somebody likes using a gun, I can't really justify making it super difficult for them to keep using the gun, you know? But if you make the weapon repair kits too cheap, then that means everyone's going to get a surplus of guns at some point. Because they're just going to buy repair kits and they're going to keep stockpiling guns over time. Even if it takes them months, they'll be able to stockpile them over time. I do think, you know, I don't really think maybe the vehicle despawn should be super low. I think, like, on this server, I think it's fine, you know, official server, 4 days. I'm not super opposed to it. But if you have a game mode where it costs, like, if it's really hard to get a vehicle, a short despawn would be good for the ones on the map, but a long despawn would promote base rating. As well as take a little bit of monotony away from some of the game players. Because you already got to imagine, if we take most of the loot off of the map, and then we make the prices really high, I don't know how fast someone's going to be able to get a vehicle. But this is also why I don't necessarily trust myself with admin commands on a server, because I know I'll be tempted to spawn vehicles in, and say I lose the vehicle in a gunfight every 2 seconds, then that means that they're going to flood the map. So I have to play the game like everybody else. And that's definitely going to be a challenge, I think, because I really like messing with stuff. But maybe I could spawn vehicles in for like events, like a dirt bike race or something, and like maybe the winner gets like a vehicle. You know, there's random stuff like that that you could promote in the game. As far as I was told, though, you can only change the spawn rate of like every item altogether on the map, though. But you know, making like ballista bows and stuff harder to come by too could be all right. Like say ballista bows are like 20 or 30,000. Guns are like 50 or 70,000, and then cars are like 100,000. It would also make driving skill and stuff like just making it more difficult to get items in game makes all of the stats that you start with that much more important. You know, if it's gonna take you 6 months or something to get a car, do you start with driving skill? Do you want to risk not being able to drive the car good enough to stall out and then having somebody just like show up and spear you, you know? That would be a rage-inducing moment. But then if you do that, then you won't have the stat points to put into stealth, which would help you with hunting animals and stuff to get the money to buy the car. You get what I'm saying? Hey, whoever's in the Twitch chat, like, what do you think about that? Although currently, right now, you can level driving by using a raft. Because you'd still have access to the big raft and the improvised raft. Rafts would be much more important. Than they are right now, for sure. Imagine having to stop and craft arrows before you go to a POI. Because like right now, I could probably pull that truck up into this castle and then if somebody found it, they wouldn't have lockpicks or whatever because the spawn rate would be lower. That's the other thing, because you can't buy screwdrivers and stuff at the trading post. Screwdrivers would be much more rare. So then when it comes to base rating, you might not necessarily want to use your screwdrivers on the walls and the doors. You might want to farm C4 parts. Because I think even with the low loot spawn, you still get C4 parts for defusing puppets. So that would make like explosives the main way of base rating. And then the lockpicks would be the main way to get loot and steal vehicles. And lockpicks would be extremely important in the game. If any Scum devs, want to watch this and totally, promote my idea for sure, I'm laying it all out for you. I don't know how it works, but I'm pretty sure Ping Perfect, it was like 13 bucks or something for a server last time I checked. And someone said there's a guy here that has his own server, so, I mean, I could potentially ask him to change some things to play on, if he would let me play on it. And then I could promote that, and that would solve my server administrator issue. Because I would just be a normal player. Like, just imagine the value of a 100-pound bow versus a 35-pound bow for combat. If nobody had guns yet, you know? Binoculars are pretty decent to carry. I don't even know if the loot spawn rate affects the stuff that spawns on the ground as much. Or if you could separate the two. If you could keep ground loot spawns decent and then box loot spawns. Well, actually, how would that work? I think if you could, you would reduce ground loot spawns, increase or keep the container loot decent, because guns don't spawn very often in containers. But you'd be able to find the magazines and the ammunition in the containers, which would make kill boxes and airdrops still important. That's such an investment too, because that means that so crowbars would be really important as well. But that means people that are good at kill boxes would still have access to a decent amount of guns. I don't know if there's any way you could fix that. The kill box would become the biggest thing. How could you fix that? I don't think you can. If you'd have to adjust the kill box key spawn. Because hands down, if somebody had advanced lockpicking and was a good lockpicker, they could get a kill box key at the beginning of the game and find guns. And then at that point, they could probably take over bunkers. But then it's like if they have the guns and they're using them to hold a bunker, they're going to have to burn through a lot of ammunition and durability on the gun using it in there. That's such a toss-up in my head because it's like it makes the kill boxes super important, but as far as I've seen, the kill box key is decently common. But I think I would also enjoy leveling the skills a little bit more if it was harder to get loot. I think it'd be more natural to level. And you'd have less, like, major concerns when it comes to, like, fighting in the game, you know? As well as it could give some, like, appreciation to brawling. Because when it comes to, like, a player fight, say you knock somebody out that has, like, a spear or a bow, and they drop it, that could definitely put something in your favor when it comes to melee combat. And then fighting players and fighting puppets with melee weapons, I mean, that could be pretty darn good. Plus, you got to factor in the potential of your melee weapon breaking at the beginning of the game. Like, I'd probably recommend, like, having a spear, like, and an axe. But, like, the durability damage on this server is pretty decent, so you run in the potential of, like, getting into a fight right when your weapon breaks, and then all you're going to have is your fists. I might have to send Ethan a message and see if he would change his server settings for me. Just to see what it would be like. Like, also imagine, like, I don't understand, like, building advanced walls. Because right now people go to the quarry. I don't know if it would affect the spawns and stuff at the quarry or not. So they could also slow the progression of people raiding bases. I mean, they would still be able to farm C4 parts, so, I mean, it probably wouldn't. But finding pliers, like, that would be the thing. Like, pliers and crowbars would be super important. Basic compass. Need something like that. Can you craft these? Could have swore there's a way to craft those. Sound in this game's still a little weird. I think animal spawn rate the way it is would probably be okay. I mean, you could potentially lower the animal spawn rate, but I don't think it would matter. But I can't even imagine any more puppets than there is like right now on this server. Because the spawn rate is definitely lower. But I think it's like half spawn rate or something. It's not really too bad compared to like vanilla loot, but it's definitely less. But the real question is like if you can't deactivate or separate the spawn rates of different items, how hard is it going to be to find bolts and nails and all that, you know? Locks. Because even if you're trying to claim a building or something at the very beginning of the game, you need locks. So like, what are you going to prioritize? Like animals, or you want to prioritize locks? Because you need a base to store the animals, and then transporting the animals to the trader without a car. Oh, that just sounds terrible. Like, you can put a wolf in a backpack, so that wouldn't be so bad, but you can't really carry a bear, as far as I know. So you'd have to cut the bear meat up to bring it to the trader. But when it comes to a wolf, I mean, you could, if you could get 2 hiking bags, you can shove them in there. But then if the spawn rate's lower, you're not going to have access to a hiking backpack, are you? You're going to have access to the craftable bag. To leather. So cloth and like skin and rope and all that would be easy to get, but thread, oh my god, I can't. If you have a low spawn rate, how hard is it going to be to find thread? Oh, like I just don't want to think about it, to be honest. Thread, man. Like, imagine not being able to craft anything because you don't have any thread. So they need to make thread craftable. What's the point of the, I mean, I guess it zooms in a little bit, but it's not much. Then when they ever add the other creatures to the game, like, imagine that would slow down like the game loophole like so fast. When radiation and stuff comes, medical supplies. That's where the toss up, because like if you don't have medical supplies, you'd have to run like high constitution for sure, because you wouldn't be able to find antibiotics and stuff very easy. But like changing the prices in the store would be really hard, because I don't think like antibiotics should necessarily be super expensive. that alone, I mean, he took 20% off of our helmet. C1 injuries, so we can recover. See, like, if I didn't start the game with advanced medical, though, like, these C1s took, like, 3 minutes to heal. I know I want to make that server, but I'm going to end up rage quitting myself. I can already tell. Just the sheer amount of things that could happen with puppets and players and the trees, it'd be so frustrating. Like, just imagine like a bow camper in the woods. Just run into a tribe that are just like invisible in the trees. I think we just go to the trader. I'm too messed up to stay around here. It would take a time to like adjust the spawn rates and stuff, so I'll try to find Ethan's name, send him a message, see if he would be willing to let me test out the server if he made one that was kind of the way I was thinking about. But I think 13% could be alright. But also, I mean, even if you made the things hard to come by and you like hosted events, like weekly or monthly events that people could take a part of to win prizes, it makes it more involved because, you know, it's going to take more time for them to come. But like even stuff like this, these puppets are they're doing 4 times damage. I got smacked a few good times. I'm limping. I have no HP. I would need to heal, you know, but my truck is just sitting over here. So it's like, yeah, you can regen your HP. But if a player runs across you, like even like a fight, like you get into a fight in the wilderness and you take a couple of arrows, that's big. That's a real big toss-up too, because medical you'd heal yourself faster, but with awareness you might be able to hear them and kill them before they kill you. Why he isn't getting pushed back, I have no idea. Another C1. He did like another 10% to me. Puppets also spawn nails and stuff, you know. So that'd be a good way. I mean, if the loot only affects containers and stuff, and not puppets, then you could still get nails and bolts and stuff from puppets. I am freaking hurting, man. get an ambulance in this game. Dude, their first person is so difficult driving, man.
Another moonbeam right before my eyes. And now I'm falling for your moonshine. Tonight I'm dreaming of the way you move it. Right from the start, I waited till the smile. Oh baby, baby, please don't work out on me again. You feel that too, the inner vibes. Kiss I loved, and our hearts go wide. Down the dark, just feel my eyes. I love the trace of my moonshine. Of my moonshine.
God, that's stressful. Alright. Alrighty.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
Nothing super worthwhile there.
Let's see what you have. Bye-bye now.
So it was a hardcore
What's
server.
up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you,
Day
I'm well
2. Not very high
armed. That thing
population.
registered. Kidding.
And
Nobody cares.
haven't been super grinding anything very hard.
Guns come unloaded. Security reasons, obviously.
But we've already got about 10. We're probably going to get about 10,000. I think we got 3,000 in the truck if I didn't spend it. And then we got 3,000 or 4,000 on us right now. Should have 1,000 or so for the bears. When all that's said and done. Respirator.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse
I just
around.
want to see what the loot is actually like if you have like a very low low loot server.
Let's see what you have.
So 28 bucks for a wolf head, or make a wolf head mask. Boom. Cannot sell these here? Okay, apparently I can. That's 5,000 something.
Make sure to stop by again.
I don't think that we have a cleaver. We have all these hides that we could sell as well, but don't really know what the best thing to turn your hide into, if anything, to sell. It's probably something that we need to look up on single player.
Welcome, friend.
Did she buy those? No, okay. Drop a bear.
My doors are always open. When you need another round, you know who to call.
Might keep some of the meat. Actually, we might be able to use animals to level our awareness. It has a bunch of small bits in a small area, you know?
What's your poison?
Is there not a way to, like, select all? Is that a thing?
A fellow merchant, eh?
Like, I feel like there should be some way to level this.
When you need another round, you know who to call. Come back again.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Let's see what you have.
7,600.
Have a nice day.
So yeah, we have like 10 grand. $10 grand on a hardcore server.
We actually have more than that because we got shotguns and stuff in here, but see how easy, like, yeah, I don't want to spend all my time looting and stuff like that either, you know, but 10 grand basically from a day's worth of work. Like, not even a day. Like, I just been cutting wood and I killed a couple of animals and I looted a place a couple of times. 10 grand. Which means I can basically...
That thing registered. Kidding. Nobody cares. Guns come unloaded.
Crap. See, but a bicycle is 10,000. A dirt bike is like 14, 15. A car is like 24 to 30, okay? Which means that within 1 to 2 days, if I really wanted to, I can buy a car. Which I get isn't like a super serious progression, but like once you get a car, that is a massive power spike. That means you're going to be able to go for airdrops and stuff a lot more. And honestly, if you have airdrops that spawn frequently, I don't know if it would be good to have them or not, because that means like a player could spawn on the server and then just wait for the airdrops.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you that thing registered. Guns come unloaded. Security reasons. Obviously.
You see, like right now, like an SMG, I can basically buy an MP5 right now. And we have all the stuff at the base to craft the ammo. $600 for an MRE.
I think it's also decent because, like, the PvP players, you know, they have that high risk, high reward mentality, and then the people that play survival games and just, like, loot and stash stuff in their base constantly, making it to where they have to loot more to get that stuff, I think would be okay. And it's a much higher risk for them when they lose it. You get more rage quitters in the game, but I mean... that's not good. Yeah, I think it's time for us to calm down on the drifts. Game says they didn't have bunny hops. They definitely got bunny hops there.
Under pressure, working on the plot and the scheme.
That fix it? I'm a professional.
With the most, John Dick, welcome to yet another year's blood match. We've got some interesting events to check out. Braingainz deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture, flag, or target. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
See if I can find this guy on Discord. Let's see, what if we do ping perfect server hosting? Oh, they have Bannerlord. I guess it's multiplayer now. It's actually a really good game too. $1. That's pretty nice. I really like Bannerlord too. I destroy kids. I did it took me so long to test builds in that game. I don't even remember. It's been so long since I made those videos. Conan, Island, Rust, Scum. See, this one starts from $13. Just want to see if they ever came out with this map.
Rubles, which is basically nothing, basically free from all traders. And it's Rubles, which is basically nothing, basically free from all traders. And it does say number 1212. 2 rubles for literally everything you can possibly buy. Proper is the same way.
Escape from Tarkov, beginner from veteran.
For this video,
Thing is, when they say beginner to veteran, they mean no gear to full gear. For me, beginning to veteran is being able to go from no gear to acquire the full gear and then be able to kill full gear players with no gear. New York, Dallas, extreme performance. You can get a 100-player slot. Let's see what the most expensive thing you can get here is. $100. $44 for that, jeez. See, but with 10, it's probably not high enough. I think you need 100 players. I don't know if you can update this. It doesn't say if I can change any settings or anything on it. I think 30 would probably be alright. That's just expensive though. If I had a group of people 100 strong to play with, I definitely would be opposed to this, but $60 a month. Wild. Yeah, Tarkov, if you want to be a professional, just gotta learn the maps. Interchange, bread and butter, customs, all that. Learn the maps, learn the route. Wear P.A.C.as, get into gunfights, kill people. See if I can find this man on Discord. Maybe I'll take a break for now. I gotta think about this server thing. If I actually try to put this together, if I want to do 40, 60 bucks a month for that, I don't know.